watches a wrinkled boarding pass, eyes on the clock, not on the view. Kids draw hearts on a paper napkin, back in 2 weeks, scribbled with a smile. This is where we learn to let go. This is where we practice hello, terminal hellos. When the waiting finally dies, I lose you. Then I find you on either side of this line. Security gate, half-finished sentences. You laugh too loud so you don't have to cry. Your hug hangs on me like a borrowed coat. Later that night, different arrivals. Someone runs first, a suitcase rolls behind, tears spilling faster than a dam breaking. This is where we learn to let go. This is where we practice hello, terminal hellos. When the waiting finally dies, I lose you. Then I find you on either side of this line. Same hard floor, two different stories. One last wave, one first embrace. Every heartbreak already holding a homecoming in this place. This is where we learn to let go. This is where we practice hello, terminal hellos. When the waiting finally dies, I lose you. Then I find you again and again. Each time I lose you, then I find you on either side of this line.
对，就是他让我买5D2的。
他这个价格，一会儿那感觉来一个购房车，300，花了差不多，
我这来你
花了差不多快2万，我一个大1万，直接
什么？反贼。
Good morning and welcome to everyone from Auckland. Let me know how the sound is. We expect some 5x5s from you. I cannot tell you how awesome it is to be somewhere where there is no wind. And it is just wonderful. Really enjoying it so far. Was able to get my gear together and sort everything out, and we've got a reasonably good connection, so hopefully it stays that way and we end up with a stream. No real anticipated any time at this stage. We'll try and go through basically as long as we can. We have got permission to be here until 6 this evening. Don't know. How good's the sound on that? That's just terrific. Panda-san, ohayou gozaimasu. Lowlander, good to see you from Castle Douglas in Scotland. Good to see you, mate. And different story today, and it'll be the same story tomorrow. We'll try and get here a little bit earlier tomorrow, and that will enable us to get the incoming flights tomorrow. Obviously I was on the plane from Christchurch this morning, and a beautiful flight up. There's a young man riding in the jump seat, and he flew us up just spectacularly well. Yes, such a smooth flight. I don't think I've had one quite as smooth on domestic as that for a long time. And that's because we've got a couple of really beautiful high pressure systems, one to the east of the country and one to the west of the country. And there's not much in between. So we'll catch up with Flight Radar and see where these guys are going now. Thank you very much, Carwin, for the 5x5. Try and get my angles sorted out. So I'm informed by the locals that we're on 2-3 ops at the moment. That's 2-3 left. Of course, they're anticipating putting in a second runway, which will mean they will have a 2-3 right at some point, but not yet. And you'll notice that we're not down the little end near to the international terminal, and that's really unfortunate. I'm thinking of trying to put a camera down there to see if we can put in a bit of a behind the scenes view. We do have a second camera pointing out towards the incoming flights, so I'll give you a quick look at what that view looks like. Here it is. So that's the view out that side, and what I'm hoping to do is put another camera. It all depends on how good the Wi-Fi is to reach all the way down here to where we are. That'll be a bit of a mission. I haven't got a cell service that I can use to do that, unfortunately. Right, so we'll figure out who he is, actually. It's Auckland to Wellington, 417, NZ 417. And he'll be heading off to Wellington Flights Live country. And won't that be special for them? Now it's A320, of course. Just bear with me while I get used to the angles and how far I can zoom in and so on. But yeah, we're doing all right so far, I think. Got a little bit of cloud coming in. There was a little bit of cloud on the way. It's not that high actually, that cloud, and it's not very thick. We came through it from when we descended, and we were through it in about 10 seconds. So there was only about less than 100 metres of cloud cover, really. If we can figure out who he is, we'll tell you. That's Queenstown 1212, NZ 1212, coming in from Queenstown. Just making its approach there. Got a bunch of Auckland spotters, young chaps, and we've got our good mate up from New Plymouth. Drove up this morning. He said he was up at 4 o'clock. Well, I wasn't up at 4 o'clock, and I had to come all the way from Christchurch. So he's done well. It's a really good achievement for him to come up here and join us. Last time we saw him, he was at the Mound in Christchurch, and he said he was coming, and true to his word. And let's see if we can see any. Oh, okay. Can we see anything? I'll see if I can see anything in that view. It's a bit of a view of it. So you might notice we've got the blue graphics today. Of course we're in Auckland, so in honour of being in the blue and white territory, we put use the blue graphics today. Gucci girl, good to see you. Coming to watch films too, fantastic. Awesome. Domestic car park, that's the time. This one is NZ81 and it's off to Hong Kong. New Zealand Dreamliner 7-9 or 789 if you want to use the shorthand. And we've got Jetstar down here. And we're just trying to figure out where Jetstar's going. Going to Queenstown, and it is 297. So there you go. Jetstar 297 off to Queenstown. He's going to be followed by NZ81. Once again, he's off to Hong Kong. We've got a hold there. And he's holding for NZ128 coming in from Tauranga. That'll be a dashie, our first dashie. We've seen one or two, but that will be the first one we'll capture. NZ128 from Tauranga. see if we can see anything with that camera. Might just adjust it a bit. We'll use that camera a bit more later on. And warm greetings to our moderators, Christine and Davo. Thank you, Christine and Davo, for moderating today. Very kind of you to take time out of your busy lives. Oh, wait, here we go. New airport, new location completely, and yeah, we'll get familiar with the angles. So Q300 in from Taiwan. Jetstar's ready to go to Queenstown. G'day Sam, good to see you mate. Welcome in. 'One was whining like a teenager that didn't want to go to school. Here's our hotel on the flight that came back. Ooh, we've got another one that's popping in. First ATR of the day. Yes, we're used to ATRs and the truckload in Christchurch. In Auckland, much more of a mix. So he's heading for an early exit, this one. It's allowed NZ81 to get out and prepare for its takeoff roll. 11:45 for Star Alliance. Thank you very much, Carwin. Keep an eye on NZ99 as well. That's going back, that's the black livery 777, and that's apparently going back to Eureka today as NZ99. So we'll keep an eye on that one as well. NZ81 off to Hong Kong. And we'll have a bit of a breather for a moment and catch up with you in the chat. Caroline Muir here, greetings. And also from Scotland, we have Lowlander, who's also here from Scotland. So greetings to you, and hope your winter wasn't too harsh, and hope your springtime ends up being nice and mild. And enjoy the best of the seasons to come. Welcome to New Zealand. We'll have a bit of a look around at what we've got. Got a bit of a view here. This is the Manukau area over here, and the mud flats, and they use a hovercraft. Because you can see the tidal flats over here. If they had to rescue anybody on those tidal flats, they just can't use a boat, and they can't use vehicles to drive on them. So they have a hovercraft, and if we're incredibly lucky, we might actually get to see the hovercraft in action. We saw it on Kiwi Does Stuff's channel a few weekends ago, I think. Yeah, there you go. So lots and lots of water. And when they were thinking of putting in the second runway, they decided against actually building out onto the mud flats, which probably could have been easier option, but they declined to do that. There we go, see. Long, so the Aviation was able to get off at the keep up and see exactly what exit that is. So we go down there and have a bit of a look at that. So here it comes. Of the taxiway, and we'll come to the regional gates, which are just down in front of us here. So we've got the New Zealand sign here, and then we've got the domestic gates, so you can see the tail being pushed back here. Looks like the dashing. Now the reason we haven't been able to go down the other end to international, and other streamers may be not aware of this, but we're doing some water blasting and hunting perhaps down the other end by international, so that might be of interest to anybody who wants to come and do a bit of streaming or photography here. So wasn't keen on exposing you to the noise that was going to come from the water blasting. And they've got lots of scaffolding, and that sort of gets in the way of the picture anyway. So it was an easy choice to come down this end, and the approaches are on 23 left. anyway, so it's easy choice. Figure out where he's off to. Auckland to New Plymouth, NZ 43. Right. Take a bit of a breath for a moment. We've got NZ 203, so this one is coming from Kerry. And 203 off to Glenham. Rodriguez, good to see you, mate. Welcome in. NZ1 Aviation, Mike. You'll be interested to know about the scaffolding and water blasting that we're doing at the other end of the other end of the car park here. They've got some scaffolding that sort of gets in the way, and we're lucky enough that we're on 2 threes anyway, so it was a no-brainer to come down this end. We'll have a look at what conditions are like tomorrow. That will be much the same, and we'll come back to the same spot tomorrow. So 203 up to Glenham. So a special shout out to Mike from NZ1 Aviation. Thanks very much, mate, for giving me the G up to actually come up and have a go at Auckland. And thanks to Air New Zealand for bringing me here. And, it was a very nice flight up. Actually had the entire road to myself, so very, very happy. Calvin's saying Emirates coming around about 11:15. Okay, so we're not that far away. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Calvin. Sam, no, it's it's a very nice day in Auckland so far. Young lads who we were spotting earlier have decided to take off and go and get something to eat or something. They've left us here. So yeah, big thanks to Mike for giving us the G up to actually come in to work and do this show and tomorrow's show for you. So the taxiway work which they've got going on is still going on. We've seen it on other people's streams, like Brett from who does stuff. A slightly different perspective. He does go down the end of the runway there, and it's a nice place to go, but being unfamiliar with the airport and not knowing your way around and not having a vehicle, I'd have to use a trolley to get all my gear down there. So I just stick with domestic car park at the moment. I really know how the sound mix is. I've got a little bit of music going on, some different tunes today, slightly more energy because we're in the big city. So yeah, a little bit more going on. This roof certainly amplifies the noise, and we know if it's too loud, and turn it down this much. For our next arrival. I thought it would go, but we have got a little bit of a breather going on, so Auckland to NA. Oops, we don't want that. Got a freighter by the looks of things, TXL, heading for Christchurch. So looks like it's going to be a decent sort of a day in Christchurch today. It was lovely when we took off this morning. And a big hello to Mrs. Seki. Thank you very much, dear, for driving me to the airport. And dropping me off, and thank you very much for your patience. I suppose she's happy enough to get me out of the house, and then she can do her own thing with her friends. There we go. just keeping on here. 31 minutes, so we're going to be seeing EK448 in about half an hour or so. Airport Streams, greetings, good to see you. Thank you very much for your help and encouragement over the last while. We finally actually made it to Auckland, yes, as you see. So far so good. Things are cooperating. Got a very healthy connection. So hopefully we don't end up with any issues later on. Let me just show you where Emirates is. Normally it's Emirates 412 coming to Christchurch, and for a while there we had the only working Emirates aircraft, or Emirates A380 in the world, so it was really, really good. And then yesterday they skipped one, so yeah, very interesting. So let me go back to Greetings, Franksy. Good to see you, mate. Hope you're keeping Mrs. Franksy supplied with all the requirements. They're keeping her sustained during a long day of watching airplanes and what have you. Thank you very much for your generous donation. That was good. Very, very good. Yeah. Go ground support vehicle. Ground support vehicle. And, okay, so it's right. First of our China Eastern. Now I think we have China Eastern. Yes, we do. Okay, so I'm not sure if I've got China Eastern in my emojis, so you may not be able to throw this one up, but that's China Eastern, and it's going off to Shanghai. I have not been to Shanghai for a very long time. So, come down here. Ooh, first helicopter. Here he comes. Here's the light pole. And helicopter. Here we go. Helicopter. And we've got Taupo to Auckland, NZ 92092, and he'll be coming in shortly. Here he comes. So we have actually had a wee bit of a breather here in Auckland. hasn't been go, 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 but it certainly was a lot of activity earlier. And we're going to lose him shortly. Behind the column there, structural integrity column, holding us up here on the third floor of the car park. Few tablets. Good to see you, mate. Thanks very much for coming along, Chris. Cheers, mate. So good. If people don't know, Tech Tablets is one of the biggest YouTubers, New Zealand YouTubers. He's based out there in Spain, the part of the world, and gets back to New Zealand over New Zealand summer. Does reviews of tech and what's he been doing? Electric bikes and scooters and all sorts of things, but mostly in the mobile phones and tablets, obviously. So, really grateful to see you, Chris. Hope all is well with you and the family in Spain. Z092. Losing building. There it comes. And next we've got Blooming to Auckland. Another dashie, and that will be NZ204 coming in from Blenheim. So we've seen one depart to Blenheim, and this is the return flight. Barrier here on the way. There's the shield doors. Seem to see a few barrier ears. We'll be waiting for the Blenheim flight. about to be photobombed by Finalizing. First of our foreign carriers, China Eastern, off to Shanghai. Yeah, Chris, I'm up in the car park, mate. It's a bit of a mission. I don't have a vehicle, so I can't sort of go to any of the other spots really. And it's Thundersun, iperashai, shigoto, oshigoto, ganbatte kudasai. Who he is for you. So that was Wellington Auckland, 4:22 is that one, and we'll chase China Eastern. Yeah. Andy Evans, good to see you, mate. Welcome in, welcome in. Yes, yes. Nice day in Invercargill. Well, yeah, it was actually looking like a pretty nice day all over the country. It's up to it was super smooth. There was a bit of cloud around, but I think that cloud will just burn off. Because as I say, when we came through it to land in Auckland, it was only about 100 metres thick. It really was. Auckland Fire Appliance. Now the one in Christchurch is the little red. The red one in Christchurch is the little red electric one. That one looks a little bit more substantial, but they are planning to get a six-wheeler electric in Christchurch. So yeah, that one definitely looks the business. We've got Texel freighter, which is going to Christchurch. He's probably right, I would say, for China Eastern, and we're going to be waiting for Christchurch to Auckland, Jetstar 232. First is the New Zealand 777s that I'm going to be talking about in a moment. And it's 232 from Christchurch. It does look like Texel is going to get out first. Texel, the eyeliner, and the mascara. That's the one. Packets off to Christchurch. That'll be useful. So he's CES 746. Fairly quickly. New Zealand down there, looking for someone. So this one is NZ77 off to Taipei. And he's waiting for NZ676 coming in from Dunedin. NZ77 off to Taipei. You've been here a few times, Chris. I really enjoy Taipei. I think it's fantastic. Really affordable. Hotels not that bad, and the food's fantastic. Really cheap to get around as well. you. New Zealand's going on, so we'll throw one of those up. This one is delivered to Auckland. Yes, coming, that's the one we saw land earlier, 676, and he's coming into the gate. And we've got a pushback of 535 and Christchurch. That's one day though. Napier flight that we saw landing just a short while ago. That was 010. Gisborne to Auckland, 164. Around and pick it up for you. No, in my adult life, I have not been to Gisborne. I've been to Gisborne as a child, but not as an adult. Anyway, the star of the show is on its way in, and here we go. A little bit of a representation for you. It's not that far away. The first of the A380s. It's Greg Miller, Queensland. Ambient is too loud. Thank you, mate. I have asked people to let us know. And if you reckon it's too loud, I'll turn it down a bit. Thanks very much, mate. So, good feedback on the sound there, mate. I'll just give you a quick... So you should be getting the ambient now as well. Just let us know how that is for you, Greg. We're in the car park building, and of course that amplifies the sound quite a bit. So we're boosting it up. Alright, now this is I think 535 going to Christchurch. So just have a wee look at that. And the taxi there. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've got a bit of a collection of fire appliances over there on the other side of the airfield. We'll see if we can bring that to you in a little bit. You reckon that's better, Greg? Always difficult when you go to a new location. Of course, this one with a roof, and it just amplifies the sound. We're in a bit of a box. Oh, very nice touchdown from Jetstar. And to give Jetstar some love. This one. Thank you, Sam. Back to Christchurch. It's a lovely day to go to the morning markets run by our place, Riccarton Bush at Riccarton House. It's a very nice little market there. We go every Saturday. Yeah, we've got a bit of a line up there, and we're waiting. And we're waiting for Palmerston North 106 coming in. And after 106 we'll get 088 coming in from Nelson. So Palmerston North, then Nelson, and then I think the Super's going to come. So that's going to be fantastic. Beth loves travel. Welcome in. Lovely to see you. Yes, it is. A very nice day so far. Here it comes. Just check who that is, because that's not Palmerston North. That's Christchurch to Auckland, 580. It's NZ 580. And it looks like we're going to get 535s out before the Palmerston North flight comes on. So we don't get 535 away. Certainly a lot of beeping and honking and what have you. Parking attendants working overtime, making sure people don't sort of loiter. About 5:35 after Christchurch. Very good. Let's go around and see what we've got down there. And that one is 224 going off to Whangarei. So yeah, there's a few regionals going out, and then there's Auckland to Nelson behind him. So here comes our Palmerston North flight. Palmerston North in the middle of the Manawatu area, which is sort of more or less directly up from Wellington, heading towards Taupo. And looks like we're going to get that dashing off to Whangarei. Be a shortish flight after Whangarei. Just check and see. Yeah, only 40 minutes to Whangarei from Auckland. I'm going to delay that because look what we've got coming. NZ90. So thumbnail aircraft. So forgive us, people of Whangarei, the people of Tokyo and Narita. Need you a little bit more. There you go, Danielle, the biggest one of all. So we've got the Nelson flight coming in, and then we'll have the Super coming after them. Yep, just awesome. So here comes the Nelson flight. You can see him. Taxi there. Touchdown. There's a 1-footer. Safe enough. And it looks like the Dashi is getting out before the Super can arrive. If he didn't leave, then he would have to sit there and hold for, I think it's about 4 minutes for wake turbulence. Once the super comes in, Nelson. Righto, so how good's this going to be? We've got the black, all black livery down there, and we're going to have Emirates Super land over the top of it. How awesome is this? How awesome is that? And we've got Air New Zealand holding now for someone else coming in. Yes. Barrier Air, believe it or not, is making Air New Zealand 777 pause on the taxiway. We'll get as much of Emirates as we can. Of course, we're limited here where we are. We were going to set up down the other end, but unfortunately we've ended up with a situation where we've got some scaffolding up there, and they're doing some water blasting, and we didn't want to expose you to all the noise of the water blasting, and also there's all the scaffolding and stuff in the way anyway, so very annoying, but yeah, just have to work around it. Unfortunately we're on 2 free hops. From the east to the west. And Gary here, floating away down there. And he should easily be able to make the early exit. So there we go. Oh, we've got a regional sneaking in before the 777. So we'll find out who he is, who the pusher-rimmer is. And that is Auckland to Tauranga 133. This wee one for you. To Tauranga. Up nice and early. Here's one of the stars of the show. So we've had one star. Units 380. And now we've got all black livery 777, and he's off to Narita in Japan. So I was on a channel last night, Peppo Moko's channel. This aircraft actually was in Narita yesterday and came back as NZ90 this morning and is heading back now as NZ99. So there we go, the plane known affectionately in Japan as Kuro-tan. Kuro means black and tan is sort of dear or cute child. It's anything but cute, but there we go. So that's one of the highlights of the show. So isn't that great? We can give you a bit of a look at the fire engines. One of them is departing, so that's more of your traditional fire plants. But there's still the red one and another green one and a bit of a fire commander's vehicle. 2 or 3 of them just over there. That vehicle is sort of left and gone down a road over there. Not sort of knowing too much about airport operations here in Auckland, but thank you, Davo. Yes, so we're off to Narita. ZKOKQ if you want to keep track of registrations and things. See what's going on. Just hang on just a moment. Well, how good was that? That's another black duck in the nest. And we've got a couple of airliners on the way out. I'll just figure out. One in front, the 787 is off to Sydney, and this one is off to Singapore. NZ 284, and the one in front, this guy, is NZ 105 off to Sydney, as I said. So here's a two shot. New Zealand. And thank you, Christine, for reminding me. Yeah, folks, if you're just lurking and want to help us out, then just drop the thumbs up. If you're on a mobile device, you'll probably have to. Oops, we just missed this Jetstar landing. Apologies. And here comes Jetstar and the Star Alliance right here. How good is that? I've been lucky enough to fly on that aircraft. Came back from Narita 1 year on NZB, the black livery 787, and got off that one, and then my leg to Christchurch was on this Star Alliance. So 2 black livery aircraft out of 2. So very happy about that. So NZ 105 down there, and tucking in behind him will be 284, and 284's off to Singapore. And we're both holding for Wellington to Auckland 4:20. Looks like he's just going to come around in Tilly's fridge. Good on you, Tilly's fridge. Well done. Yeah. Just awesome. Thank you very much, mate. Brilliant to have you along. Yeah, so I'm just waiting on 4:20. Just give you a quick look at that. Comes. A little bit of running up. So very nicely done. NZ 105 to Sydney. So there we have Korean KE 412, and it's off to Incheon, Seoul. Of course they have a couple of airports at Seoul. There's Incheon and Gimpo. Just see that Jetstar is off to Christchurch as Jetstar 231. We've got a nice waft of Planespotter perfume, number 1. The avgas has reached us here in the car park. Really, really nice. Jetstar 231 off to Christchurch, and waiting down here we've got the very nice 787 from Korean, and we've got a Korean there we go, my preferred livery. I think the new livery, the blue's okay, but I'm not a fan of the font, and I'm not a fan of the logo. I think they could have done much better, but here we go. And I don't see anybody else ready to go, so we'll go back to our safety shot, which is showing the New Zealand. I'll go on the domestic terminal. I'll tell you what we can do is we can show a bit of love to Jetstar. There you go. Show Jetstar's terminal as well. We might be seeing Delta in the near future. But before then, we've got Kangaroo coming in. Here it comes. $141 coming in from Sydney. Speaking of Sydney, don't know if you saw Tim and Kurt in the helicopter yesterday over Sydney Harbour. Certainly was quite epic, wasn't it? If you haven't seen it yet, go watch it at some point. Up in the helicopter, streaming from the helicopter. And then giving us really good views of the harbour and the boats on the harbour, the Opera House of course, the bridge, the Sydney skyline. Really fantastic. Just a marvellous thing to be able to share with people. So we've got NZ619 here. 321, and he's off to Queenstown. Coming in is NZ166 coming in from Gisborne. Not sure if this flight to Queenstown is going to be getting out ahead of that. No, there's no way that that's going to work. So Gisborne is going to be joining us fairly shortly. Second flight in from Gisborne this morning. Queenstown fly off. And we'll just check what's in behind him. There's Auckland, Palmerston North 121. some stuff to Queenstown. And this is 121 going to Palmerston North. Awesome. Looks like we've got a pushback here, just in front of us. Find out who he is. Might be 425 going to Wellington. Just gone 12 o'clock here in New Zealand. Got about another month of daylight time, where I think we switch on the 5th of April. So a little bit more time. So with that, Melbourne, oh no, sorry, I've missed the Melbourne It's been a while since I was at the airport this busy. Of course, the last one was Sydney that I did, which was as busy as this one. So that was Qantas 151 coming in from Melbourne. Fix that. Give you a bit of an idea of what your membership badges actually look like, scaled up a bit. So new members look like this. We'll probably tidy that up a little bit more. But that's a new member, and 1 month members get the pretty green one. And then we get, once you passed 2 months, you get a pretty blue one. And then 6 months plus. And there's a 1 year badge as well. Nobody's got the 1 year badge yet. I won't be getting the 1 year badges showing until around about June, July this year. This is NZ157 off to Rotorua. And this one behind it, 320, is 5:39 going to Christchurch. Now if I zoom out a little bit and make sure that I don't miss any of those flights coming in. Looks like it's going to be alright. Auckland, Rotorua. And we're waiting. We've got two A320s waiting. We'll find out what feedback and what the back is. He's off to Wellington, 4:25. One in the front, going to Christchurch. And we're both waiting on Jetstar coming in from Queenstown, 292. Thank you, Danielle. Resident flight attendant. Thank you very much. final door. And next, the first, as far as we come off to Christchurch. And we've got a bit of a Simpson sky going on out there. Nice patches of blue and puffy clouds, white puffy clouds as well. So that's great. Is ready as well. $4.25. Waiting for NZ538 coming in from Christchurch, and here's Auckland to Blenheim 509 is the wee daisy, and here comes 538 from Christchurch. She's still holding, so maybe there's someone else coming. There's nothing for a wee while that I can see, so I imagine that's going to probably, he's probably going to be able to go on. Just a moment. Waiting for clearance. through here. Auckland to Tauranga, 147. NZ 147. We haven't seen the black livery ATR or the Dashi here in Auckland so far. We've seen the 777 and that was really awesome, and we also saw the Star Alliance. Let's see if we can't come get for you. Where are we? Right, let me see if this works. Now we can see the this one here, and I just wonder if I can actually. And we've got our first Chathams popping in. Chatham Saab. Coming in is NZ038 coming in from the New Plymouth. Getting out before him is Barry Air. Here he comes. Off to Kiri Kiri, Northland. There's the Chathams, Saab, very noisy, certainly no wheel around, and also have them for wrecks in Australia, and if you're at the P3 car park in Sydney, you can't hear yourself think half the time because of the wrecks, Saabs starting up. This come from Whanganui to Auckland. There we go. And here's that New Plymouth flight. Here it comes. Oops, lost you. Oh my goodness. Apologies for the ropey camera work there. Yeah, sorry Jesse if we missed that aircraft for you, the Napier plane. Apologies for that. Been busy setting up the behind the scenes camera, so we'll turn around and we'll say hello to everyone. G'day. Previously had this one, this other camera pointed out to see if we could see anything coming, but yeah, that's proved to be a bit pointless. So yeah, let's we'll use it as the behind the scenes camera. So there you go. And yeah, good to see you, Jesse, and good to see you, Gig. Welcome in. We've got Malaysia coming in, and yeah, it'll be very, very nice to see them. So that's what we're waiting on. So obviously we better not be looking at me, we better be looking at this. Here it comes. And Malaysia is just about to join us. Here he is. And that's not Malaysia. Nope, that's not Malaysia. Whoops, daisy. Malaysia's in the pattern, but that one is Wellington to Auckland, 424. NZ 424. It's remarkable how used to certain patterns you get, and on the flight radar, expecting it to be coming into Christchurch, and of course they're coming into Auckland, and quite a bit different. So this looks like NZ 675, and it's off to Dunedin. Dunedin, lovely part of the world. To Auckland, it's 424 that we saw landing earlier. Should be making a turn. And we better go around and get Malaysia, because that's one of the highlights. I do like the Malaysian livery. They wrap their flag around the aircraft. It looks very nice. true fact. Said he lived for a few months in KL in Malaysia a long time ago. Had some very wealthy neighbours. Sultana of Brunei. Living right downtown in KL. Got the Star Alliance pushback now. So we can give information. Okay, Malaysia. Yeah, it's very nice to see a Neo, isn't it? They're underrated, the 900 Neos. Cebu Pacific in the Philippines have got quite a few, and you can see those on a channel called Manila Flights. And he said he might pop in today. He said he was maybe streaming this morning. But yeah, he may in fact be able to come and join us tomorrow morning. But there you go, that's Malaysia in the house. Terrific. Now in behind this building here, you can just see the top of the fin and the tip of the nose, bit of the cockpit, is the black livery of Star Alliance. And it's off to Queenstown is NZ637. Fiji and Cathay Pacific in 40 minutes. Thank you very much, Jesse. That's really good information. We've missed this landing, but we'll get the rollout for you. And that's NZ110 and it's coming from Sydney. It'll make its way over to the international area. There has to be a time at some point, you would think, when flights between Sydney and between Australia and New Zealand become domestic, pretty much domestic flights. And we're working on a policy called Open Skies at one point, but hasn't come to anything yet. Righto, so he's disappeared. And we'll go back to the Star Alliance. He's in there, and I'll see if I can't actually get it. Here it comes. From Whangarei to Auckland, Aviation, and it's NZ225. 225, and we won't be too far away. Got a bunch of concrete mixers and what have you going on over here. Trucks of all sorts in and out. But we'll just wait on NZ225. Here he comes. from Fungo. Going to be upstaged by the Star Alliance. Here he comes. So we'll follow Star Alliance out. Duck. Lovely. Let's just see what we've got. Christchurch to Auckland, Jetstar 246 approaching. So Star Alliance is going to have to wait for people going to Queenstown. Jetstar 246. But interested in what Star Alliance is doing. Line Flyer. Welcome in, mate. And good to see you. I'm a member for 4 months, so you'll get the new badge. I did make a 3 plus, but you'll be on this badge, which is the 2 month. And thanks very much for your support, mate. Well done. Yeah. So grateful for your support and fantastic moderating of other people's channels. If we see enough of you and we manage to get busy enough, you'll be welcome anytime, mate. Jesse James, yeah, I actually call them the noisy engine option. So you can call both types of aircraft the Neo. But yes, the Neos with the high bypass ratio are very, very quiet indeed. It's going to be interesting to see how noisy the open fan that they're developing will be. Just wonder how noisy those aircraft are going to be with the open fan design. And we'll just get you an idea of who he is. He is Auckland to Wellington, Jetstar 261. And we're waiting on Nelson to Auckland 070. So we'll just wait on him. Here he is. That's easy. Gosh, they don't make you wait terribly long here in Auckland. One aircraft after another, so let's try and get this touchdown for you. We've missed a few, particularly a Qantas, a Melbourne Qantas that snuck up on us, and we didn't do the greatest job of Malaysia, but we've got another chance tomorrow. This is sort of learning for tomorrow, really. Old Air New Zealand, and from Nelson, and here's Jetstar going to Wellington. Captain Flying Honu, konnichiwa, konnichiwa, kono raibu e yokoso. Welcome to Auckland International Airport. Captain Flying Honu. We've had Black 777 Kuratang, and he's NZ99 going to Narita today. So we'll see him come back tomorrow morning. And we might see him on some of the Narita streams this evening, arriving in Tokyo. We also had the Black Livery Star Alliance A321. This is the Nelson flight that we saw land earlier. there's James. Yes, yes, the new Super Hercules. Really interesting. We had one fly down to Christchurch yesterday, spend about 10 minutes on the ground and then fly back to Auckland. I suspect that the RNZAF are not going to go to the Middle East. I really don't think there's a lot of point. Flights from Dubai are still going on, so all people have to do is get themselves to Dubai and they'll be able to come home on either EK448 or 412. So 448 of course goes direct to Auckland, and we saw it land earlier, and 412 of course comes to Christchurch via Sydney. Yeah, so the C-130J, the Super Hercules, we've seen it at Christchurch a few times. Of course, I don't think they ever land the C-130s here at Auckland. It's a bit of a shame, but they have an airbase called Whanuapai, which they use to do that. Alright, so let's just see what's going on. And just want to say thanks again to Beth Loves to Travel for her super chat earlier. Oops, we've missed our incoming flight. Apologies for that. Let's try and catch up with you in the chat, find out who to thank. And that is Nelson to Auckland 074. There's that flight number. Go back to New Zealand. Have a bit of a look at the bus coming in and out. And go back to live chat. So, Captain Sanne, the 大きな駐車場ビル3階でございます。And bring it to you from the third floor. They haven't got any more floors on this thing. Probably could do with another couple actually. So I wonder if that's in their plans, because this is the domestic area, and there's definitely looks like there's a lot of structural work going on over by the international terminal. Firstly, to join the domestic and the international terminals together, because at the moment they're separated. There's a lot of airports around the world that have got separated domestic and international terminals. Sydney's one, Fukuoka I know is another, yeah, so eventually they're going to integrate them together, a little bit like Christchurch, except much larger footprint really. Christchurch is nicely integrated, international and domestic, all in the one terminal. Tauranga to Auckland. 244 is his flight number. And this one is Auckland to Nelson 089, NZ089, and he's off to Nelson. Top of the South Island, very nice part of the world. Part of my family lives in Nelson. Was that Tauranga flight that arrived earlier? ATR engine sounds good, yeah. So Captain Flying Honu does a show out of Osaka Itami Airport in Osaka in Japan, and they have the ATR 42 there, and they have one which is painted up like a dolphin. Very charming, cute, lovely little it's a lovely little aircraft. So do check his Mizoka. Is it? Oh dear. So this is the one we're talking about. The maintenance of Mizoka is extended by 2 days due to a need to repair Japan Air commuter aircraft at the same time. Okay, so Japan Air commuter JAC took precedence over the Mizoka. Mizoka is it's a strange I forgot the name of the airline. It's AMU or something like that, isn't it? The airline. I have quite forgotten. Anyway. So that's the story there. It looks like we've got a little bit of a gap in transmission for a while. So let me give you a bit of a static look, and we'll give you a bit of a behind the scenes and say hi to everybody. Konnichiwa, Captain-san, konnichiwa. Seki desu. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Hi everyone, it's great to be coming to you from Auckland International today, and we've got our mate from New Plymouth here with us, and he got up at 4 o'clock in the morning to drive up to be here, and it's great to have a bit of company. We had some boys, young keen spotters, coming out to get the heavies this morning, and that was terrific. Oh, it looks nope, it's not going anywhere. To zoom out and see what's coming. Looks like we've got Hong Kong to Auckland, Cathay Pacific 113, CX 113, not far away. Beyond that, we've got Melbourne to Auckland, yep. So we've got a few smaller ones. QF3 is on his way, and I can see Singapore 285, one of the stars of the show, A380, and he's about an hour and 20 minutes, so about 80 minutes away. He's about halfway across the Tasman at the moment. So yeah, so SQ285, we look forward to seeing him around about 2:30 New Zealand time. So if you look on the time on the screen, it's showing New Zealand Daylight Time, and just gone 13 minutes past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so 13:13, and we're showing you blue lettering today because blue is the colour for Auckland. There we go. I'll just find out who he is for you. He's NZ 543 and he's going to Christchurch. Oh, we've got a wee one coming in. That's one thing you notice, you don't get a lot of small propeller aircraft here at Auckland. They're all run by commercial operators. Probably the landing fees would be fairly expensive. And of course in Christchurch we do have the additional runway, the grass runway, over by the Aero Club, which light aircraft can use if the main runway, the main tarmac is being used. So that small aircraft is just arrived. If I can find out who he is. Here he is. From Kaitaia. He's Barrier Air and he's coming from Kaitaia. KAT is the airport code. So CAT is the airport code and he's here in Auckland. Righto. 5:43 off to Christchurch. Awesome stuff. And we've got a Jetstar chasing him. And we'll find out where Jetstar is going. He's going to Christchurch as well. Jetstar 233. So Christchurch, popular destination. The most popular destination from Auckland. YY Rings, hello, greetings, good to see you, mate. And I probably should show you some planes. I just realised I've been on the wrong scene. So here you go. Oh, yeah, good to see you, Waiwai. And some fantastic the tripod, yes, this carbon fibre tripod, Captain, I use for travelling, and I've just started using it in Christchurch, and yeah, I basically just use it all the time now. I have a heavier tripod, it's yeah, I just never use the heavy one anymore. I'm just always using this one. It's easier to carry around and set up, and yeah, fantastic. So get that one, and he is Dunedin to Auckland, and Jetstar 282 was that flight number. And here's one going to Christchurch. Jetstar 233. Just go around. So, Waiwai Wings, if you did not know, if you're not following him on Instagram, do so, because he has some fantastic close-ups. Being an airside, working on the airfield, and he's able to get some fantastic close-ups. So yeah, do follow Waiwai Wings on Instagram. Let me just grab a wee drink. We've got Christchurch to Auckland, NZ 542 coming in. I'm just going to have enough time to get him. Here he comes. NZ 542, and then I'll grab a quick drink. Quick drink, and I'll be back with you in a moment. Thank you, Carlin. Yes, he is American. So we had Cathay landing and American. So spoiled for choice, really. Excellent. And if Mrs. Seki is watching, we're having a wee bite of the lunch that Mrs. Seki had for us. Muffin and doing well. Really, really yummy. Coming in next is a Fiji 411 from Nandi, an A330. It's a 300 model. So we expect American to wait for Fiji. Here we go, Fiji. get American. Once again, American. Awesome. Qantas takes in from Melbourne as well. Thank you. Thank you, Carwin. Yeah, it's has a nice way of sort of simplifying the American, distilling the American flag down and putting it onto the aircraft. Doesn't it, Dave, over here? You're quite right. And yeah, Christina, it is very nice, clean plane. Catch up with my lunch and I'll be back with you in just a moment. Two Qantas aircraft. This one is 154 and it's off to Melbourne. And it's being chased down the taxiway by Sydney. 144 going to Sydney. And 154 and 144. Okay. Yep, so they have to see the block right here because that's due to the construction that's going on the taxiway. go, a bit more of a look at two Qantas up close. That's almost a breeding pair, isn't it? Captainさん頑張ってね。ストリームで大阪いい旅また行ってきます。So we've just had NZ428 landing, and now we've got Qantas 154 and 144, and they're being joined by Air New Zealand, and I'll just figure out what he is. He is 429 and he's going to Wellington. So let's do this for that's 154 out to Melbourne and 144 out to Sydney next. Awesome. And New Zealand is waiting for someone. He's waiting for NZ206 coming in from Blenheim. There he comes. Here he comes. After Wellington. NZ429. Thank you, Carwin. This is the green flight. Queenstown 616, NZ 616, and it's way in from Queenstown. And if we have a look down here, we can see in the distance. Interestingly, the Blenheim Dashi is still sitting on this taxiway. Obviously must be missing a gate, or he's just making way for this Dreamliner to go past. That may be the case. This is the one Carwyn told us about. This is the one Carwyn told us about, the New Zealand Dreamliner for Melbourne. There we go. That's the one from Queenstown. And here we go. Dreamliner off to Melbourne. Might arrive just in time to watch the Formula One. There's a lot going on in Melbourne at the best of times, but crikey, it's one of the best sporting cities in the world. It really is. They have the F1, they have the Australian Open, they have the cricket, they have AFL, which, okay, most of the rest of the world is not that interested in, but oh crikey, they certainly have a lot of sports here in Melbourne. Robbie Batista, greetings. Welcome to your Friday and Saturday morning, and Saturday afternoon now here in Christchurch, here in Auckland. Caught myself just in time. Nearly, yes. Christchurch, you've changed. It's very much changed. Just give you a quick wave here. G'day, good to see you. It's great to have you with us, and we'll try and keep you entertained till later on in the afternoon. Not quite sure how our batteries are going to go. There's one that hasn't quite done what it was supposed to do, but we'll see how we go. I've got one charging from the solar panels, so so hopefully it actually is charging. He's waiting on NZ 158 coming in from Rotorua. This is what he's waiting on. Yes, I've got the safety vest just in case security come around, but I reckon my orange livery for the channel is brighter than the vest, so I reckon they'll let me away with it, mate. Few little wobbles on that one, but not too bad. Here we go. Oh, here it is. My goodness. I'll go back and get the Dreamliner going to Melbourne. From Frankstown, is it? Rotorua, yes, Roto Vegas. That's the one. Enjoy Melbourne, guys. Really fantastic time. We've got ATR waiting down the end there, and he's waiting on 136 NZ 136 coming in from Tauranga. I believe he's off to Palmerston North, and he's 113, NZ 113, bound for Palmerston North. JP back. Good to see you, mate. We've had a few in from your berg. Here's another ATR down here, and just check where he's going to. Napier, so NZ021 off to Napier. Is he a supermodel? Supermodel, Dave, very proud of you. Very, very good. Mate, we've missed you. And just arriving from Dunedin, 664. Z664 coming from Dunedin. And this is off to Napier, I believe. Yes, 021. Behind him we've got Auckland to Kerikeri, 268. So you see 268 just waiting over here. Here's the Dashi off to Kerikeri, 268. too far north. There we go. Right, so a little bit of shuffling at the domestic gates, the regional gates, as this one departs, and this earlier plane can now find a gate. So this one's off to Gisborne as NZ167. And we've got a little bit of breeze, gentle breeze coming in. You definitely feel that now. It's not windy by any stretch of the imagination, not by Christchurch standards or Wellington standards, no way. It's the gentlest of zephyrs for those places. Perfume wafting up. Might be diesel actually. It's a little bit unpleasant. Not quite got enough octane in it. This one is off to Nelson. I wonder who lives in Nelson. And just behind it is Nuclear. We're waiting on get that flight off to Nelson. No, yeah, you're quite right. although you couldn't just stand around because there'd be too much going on and you'd be a liability on one of those construction sites. Off to Nelson. And the next one is off to New Plymouth. Is 041 NZ 041. Just he'll be waiting for Qantas 143 coming in from Sydney. So it's been a while since we put the Qantas logo up, so this is the one. Here it comes, QF 143. From Sydney. Just had 144 go out. Definitely the noisy engine option. And this is the New Plymouth flight. 041 NZ 041. Looks like another bit of a break for a while, which is good. I need to catch up with you, find out what you're up to. Other concrete soils are available, we have to say that, but fantastic. I'm just going to quickly check on the status of my battery, which I have on the solar charger, and I'll be back with you in a moment. our good mate from New Plymouth, Graham, has pointed out that the Super Hercules is in fact on its way over the Tasman and probably heading to the Middle East. So there you go. Not too far. Look at that. I'll go get out of the way. There we go. Here New Zealand, here New Zealand, here New Zealand. It's all over the place. But, yeah, the big story is RNZAF is on its way to. Oh, Mike, thanks so much, mate. It's brilliant. And thank you very much for the kick in the pants to actually get here, mate. Really fantastic. Why is it not coming up? And thank you very much, mate, for all your support and your encouragement to actually get it out of Christchurch and come to Auckland. And yep, it's been busy, steady busy. I've managed to have one muffin and a bit of a sip of water, and that's been about it so far. I'm going to have to adapt my procedures. I can see, and we're sort of getting there, but we've got well, here comes Malaysia. The A330-900 Neo. That beautiful livery. So that's Malaysia. He's on his way. And we'll go around and pick up the New Zealand party. And he's off to Wellington, 4:33 off to Wellington. Yeah, once again, Mike, I don't know if they're still going to be here next weekend, but they've got a bunch of scaffolding at the international end, and they've been doing water blasting, maybe doing painting or something. So hopefully it's gone by the time you get here. 4:33 off to Wellington. And here we go, we've got Aviation filling the viewfinder completely. So I don't know what happened to that one before. Let me make sure that it comes up. And so you have options. Good on you, mate. Yeah. Probably thinking about going down to the end of the window. I certainly think it's a nice spot as long as the weather's good. If the weather's no good, and you don't have any transport. Well, I don't have any transport, but yeah. I suppose I do have Graham here, our mate from New Plymouth. So, it is good to see Graham. He did say he was going to come here to Auckland, but he wasn't too sure. So I handed him a bunch of batteries and said, well, you know, if you're going to be going to Auckland, would you mind taking these? And he said, oh, but I'm not sure I'm going. So I ended up finding an alternative method of getting them here. Yeah. Oops, here's a Texel. No, I don't think I added Texel as an option. I certainly don't have delivery here on my board to actually. Oh no! I thought it was a Chatham's going out, but no, he's under tow, so he's been towed down somewhere. That's the Saab that came in earlier. Here's Malaysia. Does not look a picture. Beautiful looking aircraft. I really rate the A330-900. You know, they do look a little bit ungainly, the 330s, but the 330-900 just adds that little bit of elegance to the 330. And with the Neo engines, of course, it just makes it look slightly more of an airliner than perhaps otherwise would be. So he's going out as MAS 144 or MH 144, and he'll be going off to Kuala Lumpur. Waiting on Brisbane to Auckland, NZ 142, and we'll be appearing in the viewfinder in a moment. Comes. A321. I guess an A321. Able to get on the go. Head back to Kuala Lumpur. unfortunately, that's as much as we can show you. And we've got, I think it's NZ547, and he's off to Christchurch. Not sure what he is. Auckland to Nelson 073 is the wee dashie that's heading down there as well. That's 547 to Christchurch. Too far. There we go. A Dashi and A320. Haven't seen All Black RAB today, and we haven't seen NM. I'm not sure where NM is. That's the black livery Dashi and the black livery A320. So we haven't seen them so far today, but we have seen the Star Alliance 321 and the black 777. Dashi off to Nelson is 073. Nico, good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's a lovely sunny day here in Auckland. Let me give you a look at a windsock. This is something we feature on the Christchurch shows quite a bit because we're usually parked not very far from one. This one's right over the other side of the airfield, and it's showing about 10 knots of breeze. Not too bad conditions at all. check on Auckland. And yes, it's saying 6 knots. So yeah, there's a max about 10 knots that windsock's showing. 22 degrees according to this weather. Not convinced that weather is actually working. So apologies if it's not. I'll check it out later and see if I can fix it. Slightly ungainly one, but down safe enough. Another dashy. I've only seen one aircraft make that exit, and it was an ATR, and it was very early on in the show, and they made that exit with ease, and obviously know a few tricks that perhaps other pilots and New Zealand pilots don't, because they were able to make that exit and saved them a whole bunch of time, really did. There we go, and get him peeking out from behind here. Here he comes. So the time is 2:30 and I can see Singapore 285 passing over Devonport where I think Robbo reckoned he ought to live. There we go. also touched on photo run by Delta as well. So the behemoth is in the house. And Zeppelin Aviation. There you go. I hope it brings a smile. Another 777 in New Zealand this time. Looks like we have Qantas coming in QF119 from Brisbane. So Delta's going to have to wait. Qantas. Yes, I do have one for Delta. Good. Delta. So, the viewfinder. And here we go. The only time I've been on Singapore A380 was between Singapore and Tokyo. It was awesome. And we've still got the New Zealand 777 waiting, and probably waiting on incoming flight. We'll just check on that. He's waiting on Queenstown to Auckland, Chatham Air. So let's find dear Chatham's for you. Dear Chatham's in. Now, New Zealand 777. And he's 175 and he's going to Perth. Fantastic. So NZ 175 off to Perth. Here's our ear Chathams from earlier. Get up a bit closer for you. So the A72-500. Oh, he's going to sit there and pose for us a bit. That's very nice. Nice indeed. Okay, next in from Sydney is 102 and 321 Neo. Awesome. And next up we have 623 going to Queenstown. NZ 623 to Queenstown. awesome. Yeah, Chatham's is going right down the end there. I'm not quite sure where Chatham's are based, but that's sort of down in the civil aviation area. But, maybe someone with a little bit more local knowledge could probably help us out there. Next in, QF3 coming in from Sydney. So we'll see him fairly shortly. There he is. No special livery today. Really was hoping to get something like Yam Dreaming, my favourite Qantas livery, but not to be. Never mind. We're happy to get the Dreamliner anyway. So, and we'll just have a look at it in this bright Auckland sunshine. There were times I didn't think I'd be saying that, bright Auckland sunshine. The weather forecast was looking like it was cloudy and then a bit iffy, and then last few days, lo and behold, it's beautiful and fine. So very happy about that. Next in is NZ540 coming in from Palmerston North. Palmerston North is a little bit further away. By the structural integrity column. There we go. He's a bit further away than I thought he was. we've got a Jetstar down here overtaking the Air New Zealand. So right down over this, Jetstar overtaking Air New Zealand. Jetstar in the old school A320 CEO, the little winglets, looking very smart actually, got a nice paint job, very nice. Show Jetstar some love, here we go. New Zealand toother going on in front here. There we go. This is off to Queenstown. It's gone pretty long for A320. It's a long take-off roll. The north flight, finally getting access to a gate. Thanks, Dave. You're welcome. Hopefully it encourages a few of the shyer people in the audience to perhaps participate a bit more. Certainly hope they enjoy the membership and hope the fancy new badge. This one. dashy coming. Yes. Which you know where is from in a moment. Still only one has made this exit. That exit right there. And that was an ATR, and it was a long, long time ago. Right near the start of the show, ATR was able to make the exit. Everybody else has missed it by a long way. That was 174 and he was in from Gisborne. Had a few in from Gisborne. And as I was saying before, it's one place I've not been as an adult. I went there as a child, but I've not been back to Gisborne as an adult. Here's that Gisborne flight we were talking about. They've mostly said one of the most remote parts of the country. It's sort of tucked up there beyond Hawke's Bay on the East Cape, and it's quite difficult to access. Here, there, find out where he's going. Down to Claris. Is Claris actually on Barrier Island? Is it Great Barrier Island? You'll have to let me know. I don't know where Claris is. I'm supposing that it's actually on Great Barrier Island. Go. We're in New Zealand now, A320. They certainly seem to have different intersection rules and takeoff spacing here in Auckland. The A320 is taking off now, and that probably wouldn't happen in Christchurch, taking off after a light aircraft like that. Earlier than the earlier one we saw going, the Jetstar we saw going off to Queenstown. So he's gone already. So he's got quite a steep takeoff profile. And here's a Dashi. And he is off to Gisborne. So the flight back to Gisborne. before he gets to the building, which is good. Awesome. Oh, that's terrific. A wee bit of a break. Just focus on that one. Zoom out a bit. Check the status of my batteries. Oh, this one's oodles. Can be here all night. Oh my goodness, that's much better. Yeah, let me just go and check out the status of the other one. That's on the solar charger. Afternoon, Cindy. Awesome to see you. Thank you so much. And yes, beautiful, beautiful A350. Just have to check. Nothing. Yes, because of course this is the 900 and we've been getting the thousands in Christchurch, which is its big brother. We'll just concentrate on this. We have got a Great Barrier Ear taking off, but definitely want to fill the viewfinder with pictures of this beautiful aircraft. And just check and see what he's waiting for. Okay, there's Jetstar 236 coming in from Christchurch. And here comes a Qantas as well, coming down to join. Jetstar appear fairly soon. He's having to make the turn. Give you an idea of what he's having to do. And we can see him now. And we're getting low on battery for the camera. Never fear, I have 3 batteries for it, so we can go the best part of 18 hours. But we definitely won't be doing that. Very nice. Well done. Well done, Jetstar. So that was Jetstar 236. And this is Cathay 198, Sex 198. And waiting behind him is Qantas 156 going to Melbourne. Absolutely awesome. And we'll get Qantas now. Again, Qantas 156 off to Melbourne. Sam, good to see you back, mate. Yes, definitely busier than Christchurch, mate. even on its best day, Christchurch is not like this. Auckland does very, very well for a single runway. Really, you can see why they're having to build a second runway here. They've got it fairly busy, and it's only going to get more busy as international travel boosts up. I just have to show you, just briefly, this beautiful orange bus down here in 4K Aircraft Live colours. Thank you very much, Auckland Transport, for putting on a Seki bus. Very, very nice of you. And see Fiji coming, the A330. So let's get a nice close-up of the A330. I have had it in mind to actually go to Fiji, depending upon how successful we were today and tomorrow, So Fiji, I don't think has actually been done by anybody so far as a live stream, but yeah, certainly thinking about it. To bring Fiji to you, I would be using Starlink. We're not using Starlink today, we're just using the cell service. And let me tell you, the cell service here at Auckland Airport has been absolutely brilliant. I don't know if NZ1 Aviation, you're still here, mate, but yeah, the fears of any issues with the cell service here in Auckland, unfounded, mate. I'm getting well over 130 up and something like 860 down, so it's pretty healthy, put it that way. Oh dear, 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 dear. Whoopsie. Apologies. I've just realised what I've done, folks. And it happens from time to time when you haven't got a second set of eyes. Yes, I'm on the map. Yes, I'm on. Try radio, good to see you, mate. Yeah, apologies. Missed the Seki bus. Well, here's another Seki bus. There we go, another Seki bus. It's not quite as beautiful as the other orange, but this is quite nice. So this is the park and ride, Auckland Transport. The other one was quite a bit nicer orange, a little bit closer to the orange that we use for the livery. Jetstar in the door, and then we're going back into lovely Fiji A330. We probably should record this for later. I don't get to see the Fiji A330 very often. We saw it in Christchurch and it came to rescue an additional load of passengers when one of their 737s had a bird strike in Christchurch, and then of course the passengers couldn't leave, and A330 was sent to rescue the additional passenger load, and yeah, so that's the only time we've seen the A330 from Fiji in Christchurch that I can recall. We also have seen A330 from Qantas in Christchurch, but we have no regular service with an A330. this is Auckland to Blenheim, NZ 209, off to Blenheim, where I believe it's going to be 29 or 30 degrees today. It won't go to Christchurch though, mate. Yeah, there are some very nice fancy jets around. I saw some on the way in. There's one parked down the end there. I'll see if I can squidge a bit of a look at it. Maybe with the main camera if I can manage it. Yeah, so this dash is off to Blenheim. See that fancy jet? No, you can't quite see it. Oh, that's annoying. Oh well. You consult the flight radar oracle, and you see that Nubia to Auckland is on its way in. NZ 933. Numia. It's an A321 Neo. So let me put it up on the map, and I will remember to switch. Switch to this one. You can actually see it arrive on the frame. Here it comes. Go, an A321. Clearly Air New Zealand thinks the A321 is a very nice aircraft. And so the Air Force is getting the XLR version to replace the 757s. The XLR version has longer range and stronger undercarriage. I expect a lot of those flights to the likes of the Pacific Islands and things. So there you go. Let's have a look at the New Zealand sign down here. Oh, here we go, Sekibus. There you go, that's a bit more of a bus for you. 37. Thank you, Carwin. China Southern, Guangzhou at just before 4 o'clock, and then the white 777 coming back from Sydney. So, alright, so we've only got about 20 minutes to wait for Guangzhou, and then about, seems ridiculous, but an hour after that we've got the white livery in New Zealand. Let's try that again. We'll focus on this one, and then I wonder what fantastic aircraft is going to be going to suddenly appear to distract our attention. Jetstar is off to Rarotonga as Jetstar 115, JQ 115. So Jetstar 203 coming in from Sydney. And let's go to Wellington. So plenty to keep us occupied. On the international front, let's just push on, see how our battery life is doing. Oh, ridiculous, 65%. And how long have we been going? Since 10 o'clock. And we've still got 65% battery. And that's very encouraging. Again, many thanks to our chief spotter, United Airlines 777 Star Alliance livery due out at 3:50 to San Francisco. Awesome. A special livery. It seems like only the other day we were looking at the awesome The futurist SAF livery finally getting out from Christchurch after being stuck there for a wee while. So yeah, really good to know that we're going to see yet another one. Fantastic. Singapore 380 delayed departure. Due out at 4:35. Okay, I think we can probably handle that, Carwin. Seem to have plenty of battery power, pretty much everywhere. So yeah, we've done very well so far. And, how's everybody going? Let us know what you thought of the sound today. For me, it's a bit echoey with this roof. Not entirely convinced that it's been the best, but it's what we've been handed pretty much. I mean, what I could do is I could really turn down my vocal mic and probably use a bit more volume in my voice. And that might help, but yeah, it has been an interesting place to set up. Thank you, Davo. I think you passed the audition, mate. I might have to put you on the payroll soon. Let's get you some information on this one. Calvin may have already done it, but I'll just zoom in here. Right, we're expecting Kiri to Auckland 269 coming in just a moment. And that one is 6:21. Kiri. And this is 6:21 and he's off to Queenstown. Okay, 6:21 off to Queenstown, and this is the woman from Kiri. And he was 269. Young Wilkie, you're welcome, mate. Welcome. And welcome back, Greg. And Sue, who couldn't have gone to a nicer recipient, Sue. You're most welcome. I'm having fun, and hope everybody's enjoying the stream so far. If you have, then just chuck us a like. I don't really worry too much about it, but if you do like the stream, then it will help the algorithm decide that we're worthy of other people's attention, which is the main thing to get us better known. Although we've got lots and lots of subscribers, we haven't got very many people watching the live show, so the subscribers came from having a viral video, which was the Captain Emily A380 video, and all of a sudden I was getting sort of thousands of views a day sort of thing, and a lot of people joined subscribe to the channel because of that, and then I added a few promotions, as you do, and that grew the subscriber base. But at that stage we weren't really doing the live shows. At least we hadn't really done any of them in anger, and we definitely didn't have them in we didn't have any sort of membership system going or anything like that. So the highest membership badge at the moment is 6 months plus. And I think you've got a couple sitting on 8 months, and that's about as long as anybody's been a member. So we're looking at around about June, July this year. Hopefully we're back in Japan at that stage, bringing you some fantastic coverage from Japanese airports, likes of Narita and Okinawa, maybe Haneda, although honestly it's a really nice airport as a passenger, but to actually stream from Haneda is a bit of a it has pluses and minuses, but I really prefer Narita to Haneda for the variety. And if you go to one of the aviation parks at either end of the runway, then you can see some fantastic international arrivals. And we go to Jetstar coming in from Sydney. And that's Jetstar 203. And it's a very pretty one, isn't it? It's got that new plain smile. Let's just check out how old it is. Brand new, December 2025. So yeah, let's have another look at it, because it sure looks like it's brand new. December 2025, so it's barely 3 months old, that one, so it hasn't got its 3 months membership. It certainly looks shiny and new, and like it's just come out of the wrapper, that one. Very, very nice. Whereas this one is old school. And he is 2:43, probably going to Christchurch, and he is going to Christchurch. Christchurch, the most popular route from Auckland. Definitely was the noisy engine option. Here comes a very shiny Air New Zealand. I'll figure out where he's going. is going to Melbourne as NZ 125. Check out how old he is. He's 5 years old, that one. So it does look pretty well maintained, that one. It's definitely had a wash. Not quite as beautiful and shiny as the Jetstar. But very, very nice indeed. Alright, hang on folks, I'll just go and say hello to somebody, so let's show Jetstar some love this time.
Actually, I worked in the airport, so I got like the hobby.
So you're going to ski.
So I have a flight to catch today. It's 8:30. So I have a little like free time here. I heard it.
I don't think I'm going to ask you to, like, I'll probably get something at 6. But I might see you like,
That's all good.
yeah,
That's all good. I'm not on YouTube.
Yeah, it's short, like,
Okay, catching up with a spotter came in from China. He works at the airport at Beijing, so we're just having a bit of a chat. He's seen a few interesting planes. He has a flight back to Beijing this evening. So we have the United Star Alliance. So another special livery for us. Put in the back. We've had an A321 land. The wind's just in the right direction, that we're getting epic sound coming from the aircraft now. That was NZ 630 coming from Queenstown. We're looking at United 916 and he's off to San Francisco. You think he's going to come and pay us a visit, but actually he has to come this way. Oh my goodness. United Star Alliance. Thank you, Carwin. The New Zealand A321 Neo, 147. Push back for Brisbane. And we'll probably see him appear in the picture in a few moments. He's racing down the taxiway at this touchdown. Go back and get the Star Alliance. United. Very, very nice. There's 321 Carwin was mentioning. And looks like he's holding for someone. And that'll be NZ212, a Dashi coming in from Glenham. Another blush. Greetings to you. Welcome in. Here comes the Dashi. Very nice. Okay. Let's see the style arounds. So here comes the 321 that was going to Brisbane that Carwin told us about. It's also racing down the taxiway. But, let's see United. So I wonder which of the New Zealanders gets to go first, the international or the domestic. So Auckland to Christchurch, NZ555, it's down the end, and we're waiting for incoming ATR. looks like 555 is getting the nod. So the move. Interesting to me is that the domestic flight, the one to Christchurch, has gone all the way down, and the international is going to be doing a slightly shorter takeoff flight, so very interesting. Z147 to Brisbane, sitting down there. Just check what's coming. And there's a great barrier from Claris. We assume that that's on Barrier Island to Auckland. It's to NA actually, but we know that it's coming to Auckland. There he is. So here we are, 147 down to Brisbane. Bit of a close-up of Barrier. Barrier's not one of the ones that I've got in my list. I didn't put him in. I'll see if I can find his tail this evening. Got few aircraft on the taxiway there. Francis, wait. You. Oh, awesome. Good to see you, Francis. Thanks very much for coming in, mate. Let's see who these guys are. This is Auckland to Napier, 019. Hawke's Bay. Beautiful place, beautiful part of the world. And he's going to wait for NZ 436 coming in from Auckland. Oh, sorry, from Wellington. Oh dear. Coming in from Wellington. You know, you've been in Christchurch too long when every second word you say is Auckland, because most of the flights that leave Christchurch do in fact go to Auckland and vice versa. So it's the busiest route in the country. Here's the anchor flight that oops, we're losing a little bit of power there. A bit worrying. Qantas racing down this taxiway. There we go. We'll just figure out who you are. He's going to Adelaide. I think Carwin might have already told us that he's Qantas 176. And coming in. Napier to Auckland. NZ 022. Good to see you, mate. Welcome in. And thank you very much for your donation, mate. Outstanding. Thank you so much. Okay, so my camera is telling me that we're out of battery. So just a quick battery change. Apologies for this. Snuck up on me a little bit. Slip this other battery in, fire it back up. And there we go. This is takeoff. So, in between losing a battery and replacing it, we actually managed to get the takeoff, at least a portion of it for you. Yeah, Brian, it happens, but rather now than with a wee Qantas like that, than with something really important like Singapore or one of the flash ones. Here he comes. And just check out who he is. He was Napier to Auckland 022. That one. Right, so we should be good for another 6 hours. I don't know if I'm going to last that long. I have to charge up my phone a little bit. And we'll see if I've got some more power from somewhere, and I'll be back with you in a moment. Oops, we just got the ATR in. There it goes. And he's come in from Palmerston North. I'm just going to give you the I'll tell you what, let's give Jetstar some love. There we go. And I'll go and check on this battery. So folks, I was busy playing with batteries, as you do when you're a little bit concerned with how long you're going to last. But yeah, that one snuck up on me.
Probably just the beam. Yeah, probably. What's going to be the last play? Yeah. Can go? Yes, sir.
So there's China Eastern in. And that's 779 coming from Shanghai. You're gonna go and mow, are you, mate? Good on you. Good luck. So this is Qantas 146 and he's off to Sydney. So we're having a bit of a battle finding the right power, the right batteries and power cords that seem to work. And I've got this one battery that really is annoying me. Anyway, we'll see what happens when I get it to the hotel. I think it might be staying in Auckland. Thank you, Francis. And I have to say, the other 5x5, well, every now and again it wasn't 5x5, but the views were 20/20/20/20. They were just spectacular views by the guys from Sid Squad yesterday. Sydney Harbour, up in the helicopter, Tim in the front seat, and the work experience kid, Kurt, in the back seat, and it's very, very good. So if you haven't seen it yet, go check it out. Tim and Kurt fly a helicopter over Sydney Harbour. Go. And here's New Zealand's fleet. That is the unique one. The only one that's in all white with just the coral on it. Isn't it pretty? And hopefully we see it again tomorrow, because we are coming back tomorrow, and in theory we're back a bit earlier and we'll get the morning rush tomorrow. So we'll probably kick it off from 9 o'clock, I'm thinking. It might even be a little bit before that. We'll just see how it goes. Got that Qantas on the takeoff roll. Let's grab that for you. Long takeoff roll. Look at that. Qantas. So this is Qantas 126 and he's going back to Brisbane. Chatham's just touching down. So got Chatham's logo in your members. That's what it looks like. Members emojis. Chatham Islands. Yours truly has been there. And we've got a Great Barrier coming in. Barrier here. Not a regular little service they've got going on. I've seen them operating out to Barrier and Kirikiri and a few other wee places as well. So seem to have a reasonable service there. Check on you. That's 141 going to Tauranga. NZ 141. Awesome. And go around and we'll see what Brisbane flight's up to. So, waiting for someone. Waiting for NZ 440 coming in from Wellington. And see who he's waiting for now. NZ 937 coming in from Niue. And it's an A321 Neo. sometimes. From Nui. Oh, thank you, Carwin. So here we go. And we've got Jetstar waiting for someone. And it's 556 coming in from Auckland, Christchurch. I always do that. Oh my goodness. I'm in Auckland, it came from Christchurch. There we go. So we've got that Jetstar now. And that's 2:37 going to Christchurch. And the one photo bombing us is NZ111 and he's going to Sydney. to the squeeze on there, I think. That's better. Go back and we have a look and we see that 111 is waiting for somebody. We have a look and we see that he's waiting for 660 coming in from Dunedin. Yeah, China, Dreamliner, 55 minutes away. Awesome, thanks mate. We'll definitely try and get it. Go Air New Zealand, off to Sydney, 111. And let's go to a safe shot. Got a Airways Corporation of New Zealand XFX01 from Para Umu. Here he comes. Airways Corporation of New Zealand. There we go. I'll tell you what, here's something very exciting. And that super is going to have to wait for that tiny little Paraparam Airways Corporation aircraft. Look at this. It's having to wait for this little wee fella. He's just snuck out there, and then there's Jetstar in front of that. But that's what is holding up 400 odd people in the super. Thank you, Francis. That is awesome. You can sit there and pose for us if you like. We'll zoom in on you a little bit. How's that? Just fill up the viewfinder a bit. There we go. He's making a wee move now. Cindy, no, it shouldn't be out. It's just really, really quiet. And I've turned off my vocal mic, so should still. Yep, I'm still getting noise through the ambient. So what I'll do is go back to shut up mode, but I'll just welcome Tracy Donny, greetings, and Avgeek Rail, and welcome, and thanks for popping along, mate. Brilliant. Okay, I'll go back into shut up mode. It may sound a little bit quiet for a while, but rest assured, when the super takes off, yeah, we should hear it. I will just go and check out HDMI 4. I might just do a thing. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so you guys were right. That's very strange. Okay, that's a bug in the firmware. So thanks very much for pointing that out, guys. Although the inputs were working fine, I now see that we've got an issue.
beautiful. Cindy, thanks very much for popping in. There's tomorrow as well. I'll be on as well. Probably about 9 New Zealand. Done for the day, evening rush now. Mate, I've got a dodgy battery, so yeah, I'm hoping. Okay, let me know now if it's any better. Check 1 2 1 2. That is better. Fantastic. Thanks so much, Christine. Yeah, if we ever have any problems like this, do let us know. I can't always... let us know now, Tracy. How's things? I've turned it up a wee bit. Anyway, yeah. So we've got most of the good stuff. I'm just checking on my battery from time to time, and I tell you, we're getting close. We're running up close. The battery actually running the modem is a little bit low. I wonder if I can slip its actual battery in. I've got that somewhere. That will give us additional time, hopefully, without having to reboot things. Here's
big fella. How did that one sound? NZ1, mate, unfortunately I don't think so. I spent too much of my battery power trying to do peripheral stuff, and that's unfortunately cost me a bit. I'm running on a few fumes. Let's see. Okay, I'm about to try something. If it gets knocked offline, I will try and get it back online as quickly as possible. Okay, so hang 5. Take that out of there. I think we're back. Hopefully you guys are back. might have lost a few people, so apologies if you're lost. You got lost there for a wee while. No, not gremlins, mate. Just lack of battery power. I had to swap the battery on the modem, and unfortunately I've not done it before, and it just completely killed it, unfortunately. I know that now for next time, for tomorrow. So yeah. Well, here's one of our seeking type buses. It's not quite as flash as the one we saw earlier. That was really nice. In our livery. Don't have a lot of power on the medium, so it's just a bit unfortunate. Every time we go and look at the sign, something awesome happens. So hopefully that's going to be the case. There's nothing flashy other than that, is there? Okay folks, I'm informed by Graham, who's been a good mate, who reckons China is coming next, and what we're going to do, we'll make that our last plane for the day, and I apologise if it seems a bit rushed. We could probably last a little bit longer, but things are sort of teetering on the edge, and yeah, we know what to do for tomorrow now. It's going to be a bit better tomorrow. Here it comes. That presumably is the one that our new mate from Beijing is going out on later tonight. So that's awesome. So let me put up China since I've got it. So there we go. Oh, we've got Hainan. Just hang on a moment, that might not be... Graham's going one more plane. Okay, so we've got a Hainan coming in, and I don't think I've got the tail for Hainan. Oh no. Oh, crikey. Oh well, what can you do? I was going to make China the last of the day, but Hainan is coming. Big emoji here. Yeah. Channel owner gets the big emojis, mate. It's almost like being in a domestic situation for flights back and forwards between New Zealand and Australia. From multiple points to multiple points. And Christchurch is now getting a Jetstar which is going to Perth. So that's something worth knowing. Air New Zealand can't be far behind. Thank you, Francis. It's always very uplifting to get comments like that. New Zealand. 777. One more plane is a thing. That's exactly right, Christine.
international terminal right now. So usually it's a view. Got it connected.
Righto folks, that conveniently was, I think, the first plane that we saw on the screen today, so it's fitting that probably we're going to make it. I was hoping to get to Shenzhen, but it's going to be 6:40, so probably going to call it a night. Look out for a pop-up stream. I don't know anything about the room, so hopefully it's got a decent view, and I might be able to stick the camera on charge and just have it looking out over the airfield, and we might see one or two international movements. So yeah. So look out for a bit of a pop-up stream perhaps this evening. Other than that, we'll wish everybody goodbye and see you tomorrow. What I'll do is see if my behind the scenes camera is still working. It is. It's not. It's stuck. I know what happened. It went away. Enable invite guests function. Go to invite guests function. Net. Right. Done. Okay, so we have got the camera going. Okay, so thanks very much to Christine and Davo for all of your help. Thanks to Carwin for doing some spotting. Thanks to Mike for kicking us into gear to actually get us here. Thanks very much, mate. Thanks to people like Brian who've become a member and paid it forward. Thanks to anybody who did the gifting of the memberships, and I probably should bring up a bit of a list of those, and I can. And that was Rigoberto, that was I cannot see, it's too dark. So anyway, I'll just go through them and put them on the screen. So that's probably the easiest thing. So thank you to anybody who bought a membership gift for just boosting up the memberships. Thanks to the super chats. Brian did one, and yeah, so and Mike. Thanks very much for your super chat too, mate. Thank you so much. Yeah. I see. We're missing everything. We're missing this, and we're missing this, and we're missing. That's why things are not coming up. Because when I restarted, things went away. That's ungood. So let's put the Auckland location back up. There you go. Okay, so now if I click on this, hey, it works. Fantastic. Okay, so yeah, thank you so much, everybody. We'll be with you probably from 9 o'clock tomorrow. Quick. Go around. We've got Ramos. There you go, that's a Wamos. So fantastic, thanks so much. That's the next one. So thank you very much, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning, and I'll pack everything up, charge everything up, and go off and charge Seki up, and we'll be back tomorrow. Big thanks to Air New Zealand for getting us here today. I paid for it, of course, but it was a great flight. And big thanks to Auckland International Airport and for allowing us to actually do the streaming from this car park. You do have to ask permission, and they'll grant it to you as long as there's nothing going on. So yeah, super happy with that. So once again, thanks very much, and we'll see you again next time. Let me see if I can find my behind the scene. I'm going to have to do a thing with you. Edit. I'm going to have to reselect, and one of those and one of these. Done. And there we go. And select you. Isn't that good? Okay, so thanks very much, people, and we'll put on the tunes. So this is the selection. So the Buckle Up song, and then we'll have one or two others, including the Auckland Gregorian chant. Bye now.
Dreams take off and come to you. Buckle up, let's climb the air. Feel the rush, you're almost there. Engines hum, a mighty cry. Airbus whispers, time to fly. Clouds are dancing side by side. Through the heavens we will glide. Crystal clear each fleeting frame. Every view a burning flame. Buckle up, let's climb the air. Feel the rush, you're almost there. Engines hum, a mighty cry. Airbus whispers, time to fly. From the tarmac to the light. Dusk and dawn bring endless flight. Every detail sharp and proud. Flying dreams among the crowd. Buckle up, let's climb the air. Feel the rush, you're almost there. Engines hum, a mighty cry. Airbus whispers, time to fly. From the tarmac to the light. Dusk and dawn bring endless flight. Every detail sharp and proud. Flying dreams among the crowd. Buckle up, let's climb the air. Feel the rush, you're almost there. Engines hum, a mighty cry. Airbus whispers, time to fly. Tasty chairs, lukewarm coffee. Somebody clutches a wrinkled boarding pass. Eyes on the clock, not on the view. Kids draw hearts on a paper napkin. Back in 2 weeks, scribbled with a smile. This is where we learn to let go. This is where we practice hello. Terminal hellos. When the waiting finally dies, I lose you. Then I find you on either side of this line. Security gate, half-finished sentences. You laugh too loud so you don't have to cry. Your hug hangs on me like a borrowed coat. Later that night, different arrivals. Someone runs first, a suitcase suitcase rolls behind, tears spilling faster than a dam breaking. This is where we learn to let go. This is where we practice hello, terminal hellos. When the waiting finally dies, I lose you. Then I find you on either side of this line. Same hard floor, two different stories. One last wave, one first embrace. Every heartbreak already holding a homecoming in this place. This is where we learn to let go. This is where we practice hello.